Hello, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're doing another live stream. And you may or may not want to catch this live stream because it is a measuring all the records in the world live stream. Check it out. I would like to get through these ones that I have not rated, because by the time I do the release of meter, which you'll be seeing all day long, I want a really good picture of exactly what out there scores super high in this meter. I've already had surprises. I did not know before that various Yes tracks, also Ozzy's Crazy Train, the guitar solo, also Foo Fighters' Learn to Fly, the beginning of it, and most of All Stick Around, and several Depeche Mode tracks and Deadmau5's Strobe all are AA maximum excitement rating. I want to see what else there is. And so I've got a bunch of ZZ Top, I've got some Pretenders, I got all the Peter Gabriel I could find. I've got a lot of Led Zeppelin, I've got a lot of Jimi Hendrix, I've got a lot of Eagles, and even more Bowie. And I'm about to do a little thing, which is The Who. And my goal here is to bust this out into this format in that new vinyl category so that I can go through these as well. As you can see, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, a goodly number of tracks, like this many Who tracks, and I have selected them in with a mind to hit record popularity. What you see there is a red spot for top 10 hit, orange for top 25 but not top 10, and a yellow spot for at least it made a top 100. And I just want to see how this stuff scores on the meter. And it's going to be particularly interesting looking at the Led Zeppelin. Once I start actually doing the meter measuring of all this, I'll be doing a kind of running commentary on it, which may or may not be super chatty, given that I'm working on my second cup of coffee for the day. It's probably going to be super chatty. And I can answer questions, hey Jonathan, to some extent within the context of what I've got here that I have to work over. If you want to request something just to see it at any given point, I can jump that ahead and do that one. We've got this many. As you can see, I have got more than 560 tracks already measured. I went through and did some Neil Young's Harvest, set a new record for the mellowest possible music you can have on the meter. And I'm just real interested in how all of this shows up. You can also see we've got a couple of ringers in here, in that this Noisia track is actually a remix off of Skrillex Scary Monsters and Nice Sprites album, because I went and bought that and measured it. It didn't work out quite the way that I had wanted, because the scream didn't show up at 96K in the same way, which is weird. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. But we've got several Deadmau5 tracks that showed up real good. And of course, Strobe is the big hit there. And I've got some Prince tracks from Purple Rain. I'm going to be looking for this stuff to the best of my ability, and just let me scoot it up. I'll sit it here where it's possible to see all of the, probably Peter Gabriel and Led Zeppelin are going to be most interesting to people. And when I go to actually record those, what that's going to be is putting it through the ContentHideD, but also pumping it through to the stream. And a fair bit of it is going to sound kind of loud. I've got a number of dead mouse tracks that show up real nicely on the meter, which goes some ways towards explaining why they are of interest to me. Not always. He does tend to go loud, but not nearly as loud as Skrillex. So I'm probably going to be moving all these around. This, and you'll see my process for all of these because I'm not done. I have the Who tracks to do as well. But the sort of top and tail edit of this and then I'm going to do the search for peak. That is a drum hit, most likely. Pretty much, it's Keith Moon. Yes, it's a drum hit. Of course it is. And then, like with all of this other stuff, we're going to normalize it to full volume. And save it. So I've got probably 20 or so of these to do. And I'll keep an eye on chat. So this is a fine time for me to answer questions and stuff, because this is fairly... and I'm not going to be looking at these right away on the meter because we're setting up to do a big giant meter orgy of mad metering. This has all been captured off of my good turntable using the counterpoint tube preamp into the Lavery converter. Last time I did this, everything was being captured to the Motu. Motu, what is it, 10A? 16A. Why would I think 10? It's a 16-track converter. And that's got very good things going about it, but I was doing it by capturing it to the Motu through a API pre and the Heritage Audio Mixer, which was sort of preparing things for the Motu. And this is a more direct connection. I'm going from the API to the Lavery and then out. So what I'm working with here, and you'll also see that if I do a peak find, it finds me the click. And this is how I remove clicks. It's just boop. It's a very short sound. It doesn't really throw off the beat particularly. And then this click is a drum. There it is. And so we can normalize it because we're doing that for everything. And now this is the loudest track. So what we're going to find in looking at some of this stuff is that it does a really good job of presenting sort of loudness cues, even though it tends to be mid-rangey. It'll stop being mid-rangey before very long, but for the time being. And this is Happy Jack. The rattly crackly noises, that's Keith Moon's tom-toms. He is beating the crud out of them. That is a early top 25 hit for them. So the interesting thing about all of this, and this is not the interesting part, but you got to get through this to get to the interesting part. This is an interesting one too, because this is I Can See for Miles. My take on this is the Who earnestly thought, oh, no, that's actually a bunch of commercials. That's off of the Who Sell Out album. Yeah, no, this is the Who Sell Out, but it is the American version. And we bust from these loud commercials to immediately into I Can See for Miles. The thing about I Can See for Miles is I believe they earnestly thought that they could have a giant hit by making the most masculine, brutal hard rock song that they possibly could, which is not true. That's not how you get top one hits. You have to hit the mass market to do that. But this is also a way that they can define like the genre that they're in. And this is going to register as possibly a AAA on the meter, because this is a song that just goes unbearably hard. And I'm able to measure that now. See, here's a drum hit. This is the loudest part of the song. We're going to normalize it. Is it the song that inspired Helter Skelter? I wouldn't be shocked. I could believe that. I've never heard that before, but I could believe it. Oh, and I've got a click. Which actually means I'm going to want to undo that normalize and go and find the click. I recently ran into a thing with a consolidated update. It will tend to drift in directions, including directions that I don't want, and I am somewhat powerless over that. The current direction that it's going is he's tacked on some additional controls. Paul has added an input and output trim to it, which some people are going to really enjoy. I have respectfully, I hope it's respectfully asked that if you do that, please have logic in there so that if it is set at unity gain, it doesn't do a multiply, because otherwise we have multiple floating point multiplies at the maximum possible level, where otherwise you'd be passing through the floating point word untouched. And I prefer to pass through audio untouched. Let's see if we've got, yep, that's a drum hit. I think we're good. I don't think it's going to get to the point of not working with consolidated anymore. That would be a real drag. We all deserve better than that. So that's the Who being very loud. You might also notice, even listening to it over my speakers, that it's bassier than you think, even though it is still that 60s mid-rangey thing going on. And that would be accurate. Wait until you hear the Led Zeppelin. It is extraordinary when listening to the Led Zeppelin. It was actually fairly tricky to hear even whether it was being recorded right, because it was so intense, but it was also so bassy. And then when I re-listened to it and started bringing it up to full volume, I found that it was a sea of mid-range intensity, and the amount of bass heaviness that I was hearing out of it was somewhat deceptive. And all of it, like I could listen to When the Levee Breaks. I'm looking at it right now in order to remind me. I could listen to When the Levee Breaks, and it did not sound like I was used to it sounding, because I was recording it at a higher quality, and it was separating out sort of all the roaring noise into very clean, very loud, very distant sounds. It sounded like I had been working on it with discontinuity. And that's because that's that sound. That's why I developed that. I see Jonathan has a quick question of how useful. If your computer will run it, I don't see why it wouldn't be useful. it doesn't have dedicated 96K only stuff in it. Console X does not have that kind of stuff in it. So there should be nothing stopping you from using it. Pretty sure I've got the entire intro here. I think that means this is Overture into Sparks, into everything else. Yeah, I've got the entire intro. Or do I? Hang on a second. Do I have Pinball Wizard and I'm Free tucked in here? Is this like all from Tommy here? No, this looks like just the first side. Yeah. It's everything up to Eyesight for the Blind. Fine. If anybody wants to check that whole section out, that should be fine, so I'm willing to go for it. Console LA and MC should be just fine, yes. I don't anticipate problems there. Let me continue doing this stuff so that I can move on to being able to run stuff through the stream and get a better picture on what this is, because I would like to also measure all of this, the who stuff. This is going to require a little bit of editing. Yeah, that's Eyesight for the Blind. Dun, 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 dun. Goes into that. But what we're going to do is throw a fade in there. This is a old copy of Tommy that I found. I was very delighted to find because it was extraordinarily early and old and clean. It cost me a bit, but I feel it was well worth it. That said, I do have to edit out some of these clicks. And that is actually the loudest thing in there. You know, tell you what. You know what? Let's switch that over. And then run my little program here. This is I show you instant. Oh, no, wait, that's the wrong one. Well, let me shut it back off again. I launched the wrong program. It's going to be nice when I have some of this stuff sorted out so that I can just fall back into regular work without struggling over this ridiculous level of excess, because it's a bit much. Let's make sure that we've still got our audio. Yep. And now I have to make it so I can hear what we're putting on stream, which is done by running this thing. It says input device to output device. And then I can edit its volume down a bit, down to what they call the crazification factor. 27% is considered the crazification factor in politics. That is the number of people who will vote for something ridiculous, even if it's completely insane. Yeah. Mind you, that will, from any perspective, that will be a thing. Like, that crazification factor cuts in all directions. There's going to be somebody, no matter who you are or what you think, there will be 27% of people out there who are voters and feed themselves and bathe and so on. presumably, who are pursuing some kind of idea that to you seems completely, utterly, and uncontrollably crazy. That is the nature of humanity. And it's also kind of my bread and butter because I get to pursue ideas that mainstream sound mixing thinks are crazy. And that's where I get stuff like this. And by this, I mean bringing the DAW user the ability to make sounds like this on their little laptop or whatever. That's what all of this is about. And this is just me zooming in and trying to find, pretty sure we're on, yep, that's the loudest real peak in the meter. Not the meter yet, but and we're going to call that like the Who Tommy side 1 or something. I'm going to call it intro because it's not all of side 1. It left out Eyesight to the Blind because it didn't really fit with everything else on there. I think mainstream sound mixing is on a dead end accidentally. They don't mean it, they've just made some mistakes. And I know what those mistakes are. And I'm moving in the direction as fast as I humanly can, which is why I'm looking forward to like taking it down a notch. And I'm not sure if that's even going to happen. Like basically what I have to do to follow this up is start putting out hit songs. That's a big ask. Like I don't practice music making, so that's kind of unreasonable to ask. I said, never mind. I'm Free is actually a hit off of this album, which is why I'm including it. In fact, I'm Free is a top 37. Pinball Wizard is number 19. There it is. I can also go through and show you a whole bunch of Jimi Hendrix that recorded beautifully. It's the kind of thing where I'm pretty sure the way that works, I basically have to use ContentHideD to show you much of this Jimi Hendrix because I think it all gets content blocked off of YouTube. I think the copyright holders are real tough about it, but I'll be able to show you how it measures, and I have every reason to believe that it is extraordinary as far as being high rating. And that would be the beginning of the next song. One of the things about Tommy, which I think will help it a great deal, or at least be very interesting to observe, we have a big pop that is not particularly helpful. That can't be part of the song, is it? Well, maybe it is. Hang on a second. No, that's a pop. I thought I heard a little thump over to the side. With a bit of luck, all this won't be too rough. So bring that over to there. That's about as high up as that will get. That will match over in the other channel, and fair enough. And then here's an even more obvious pop. I don't actually have any Dylan, but one of the interesting things about Dylan, apart from his work with the band, is that Dylan's all about the lyrics. My stuff doesn't care about that. It will probably, like, Dylan on my meter will probably show that he is emotive and that he's using the peak energy to express intensity of expression. that'll stand even for a singer-songwriter. It's not going to, this is more gearing towards being a hit record meter. So it's interested in the production, but that doesn't always mean 80s production. It can mean much older stuff, and the Jimi Hendrix stuff is going to be a real interesting example. Here's our loudest drum hit in this song. And yeah, that's what I invented ContentHideD for. You know, we'll be hearing a lot of it. Hopefully not all of this sound here is going to be oppressively irritating under those circumstances, but it's the only way I can do it. Pinball Wizard. That's how it begins. Yeah, Like a Rolling Stone is not necessarily, I don't think it was the band exactly, but it is a fine example of a big hard rock Dylan sound, which he did very much on purpose and got lots of trouble for it. But some of his celebrity was because of his work as a lyricist and personality. I'm just saying. It is not quite the same as like the Boston's first album, which was entirely about the sound of it. There's stuff out there where it's pretty convincingly like all about the sound of it. What I was mentioning about Tommy is that it is vocal up. And the vocal up helps with pop records, but you'll also notice when we start looking at it on the meter, and you'll hear it peeking through, but you'll also see it very plainly. All of this is going to blow up the meter very aggressively. I'll even give you a sneak peek of what we're going to be doing for hours on end, because I have so many of these to get through. This is a picture of The Who's Tommy on the final record. Look at the sea of blue dots going all the way up to the top. This is a really good example. I don't know how high it's going to get because I'm not going to do the whole rating of it. But it might be an old album, but it is still throwing a lot of high-frequency peaks that are those little red dots there. Is high-frequency stuff that does not fit in with the algorithm. The loudness is only going up to 12 dB down. But it is going up to 12 dB down, so it's more or less nailing that. And the vocals are doing a great deal as far as the vocals are bringing it up consistently to that 12 dB point. You can also use bass to do that. You can also, the drums can poke all the way up to 6 dB if you have them real quick. And our picture of the zero cross meter is also showing up very well. Now, interestingly, when I look at the modern stuff like Skrillex and Deadmau5 and so on, when stuff like that works, what we end up seeing is spikes in the low frequency area that are lighting up with this blue color, indicating that it's hitting a balance between slew and peak loudness. Now, when you have bass, it doesn't necessarily push that much more peak loudness than just the RMS loudness that's carried largely by sine waves. There's a little more peak loudness to a sine wave. But then successful bass isn't always... Hang on, this is Pinball Wizard, yes? Sure is. Let's save that before we go on. Once I have finished doing all of this, I get to take this note card and rip it up because it's done. But yeah, the thing I was mentioning, and let's see, I believe I can go to, where have I got? Noisia was in here. Probably all the way down to C. Or lower. Yeah, there's Dead Mouse Telemiscommunications. That is an interesting one because that's using Imogen Heap as a female vocal that is not belting at all. But the amount of brightness and air on her, well, I'll show you. And then I'll continue with this who. This is, of course, not normalized because it's coming off of a CD. And when we look at this very recent Dead Mouse track, it'll start peeking through. No, it won't because I have shifting a bit game on there. That blue is the vocalist. And you notice how she is like right up at exactly the place where the Tommy was. Female vocal being made to get exactly this sound, but rather than singing loud, she's singing very quietly. And the rest of it is largely just a lot of extremely bright sound. But you'll notice in moments like this, it's actually pushing for that super hit record sound with the sheer density of the optimally dialed in tone. On a spotlit, upfront female vocalist, males get to that sound by belting, but you can also have a female voice that's not belting, that is just singing and expressing, but the breathiness of the voice can carry you that way. And as you see, it gets a little distorty.
Closing scene.
We're going to quickly save this deck so that it doesn't default with shifting of bits gain on all the time. And the other one that I was mentioning, I think is going to be showing up in B somewhere, maybe. It's the Noisia track off of Skrillex's album. And I gotta love Noisia because they have used my stuff and admitted it to me. Well, it can be easier to get those sounds. It's not necessarily why, but that's one way of dialing in the sound correctly. And indeed, that is, oh, here we are. So that's loudness war, right? Except it kind of isn't because, as you see, it's not fully cranked to clipping. Noisia is leaving a little space. And you'll see an interesting thing on this track off of literally Skrillex's hit album. Sorry for hitting you so loudly with it. That's just what it is. Here is Noisia remixing one of Skrillex's tracks. So it's loudness war, yes, but it's also retaining as much of this optimal balance between brightness and peak energy, even though it doesn't really get to have any peak energy. Rather than being a flat line or a sea of red, they've dialed it in just enough that they're able to make this stuff happen, and they're even restraining their high frequencies to where they're obnoxious, but they're not doom and destruction obnoxious. And that gives a different song, a different sound off of that album. That's out there. This is just off of the CD. You can get that off of the Skrillex's big hit album. Whereas his stuff is going to show up down here because it blasts all the way through to unlistenable. Here's an example. So if we skip into where it's making loud noises, here is the Skrillex. So that's kind of the loudness war coming to life. But you'll notice that what little does show up in blue is at least in the bass. And there's not much else, but you will notice that he's dialing in to that range even so, because that is the sound of loudness and intensity. He just doesn't get to do real intensity because loudness takes precedence. So let's see. We're getting back to this. That's Pinball Wizard. What else have we got? We've got Underture, I think this is. Yep, looks like it. Skips and things. Let's edit this together into something we can measure. Final thing off of Tommy. We'll keep moving on through the Who discography until I've got them all set up. This is a fairly clean record, but there are a few pops and clicks in there that I would like to remove and will. Usually I can just go and find them by looking for the hottest peak and they will show up there. That is an even more obvious pop because it is out of phase. I'm quite interested in working out a declicker. I don't think there's much in the way of declickers in the open source world, so it would be useful to do that. And that would be a peak. And so at this point, I think we can normalize it and save. It's a great sounding album, this one is. You wouldn't think it was recorded in the literal 60s, because a bunch of its sound is wide range enough to fit in the 70s. Maybe not quite the 80s. It's too good for the 80s. And one thing you will find about it is that it will go fairly loud, considering, like, the vocals are up, certainly. Speaking of loud, we're about to do Live at Leeds. That'll be fun. But the fullness of it, this is probably one of those either old tube console ones, or at least using something that has a big enough sound and a clean enough capacity for saturation without people really noticing that was what they were doing, that it will come across as pretty loud. Now this, even more so. A little cheering there. And that should be about it. Young Man Blues off of The Who's Live at Leeds. This is a record where they stuck on the actual label, "Crackling noise is okay, do not correct." That is not because, played on a real turntable, it's actually full of crackling noises, but because the sounds that they are encapsulating on here are so loud that people would tend to think that everything was distorted and that they would fix the pressing, like denoise it or turn it down or something like that. We are going to correct pops and clicks, though, of which there will be several. But let's first see what our loudest sound is a click, clearly. That also suspiciously looks like a click. Just too pointy. But that is not. That is going to be drums or something. So there's your loudest sound. Now if I normalize to that, I can see other clicks more easily. So I will do it in that sequence, and then do sort of a little quick scan through to see what bits are going to be most obnoxious. But I'm not going to spend a lot of time in it, because if I end up doing like an evergreens on this, I can spend a little more time to go through and fuss with the most annoying of clicks. Again, this is how loud that actually was. So it's not like you have to be, all of your music is really quiet if you fight loudness war stuff by not doing it. The Who is loud. Doing something, a sound like this properly without throwing it into peak clipping. Let's see, is that a click? No, that's not. In fact, let's have a quick demonstration of that point. So here is The Who finishing up their track. And one thing we notice here, we have got a little tiny bit of room for making it like a dB or so louder, but that's about it. What we're looking for here is the blue spots going all the way up to the top. If you have done that, you are as loud as you need. Especially if you have something like this is a hit, and the hit has a blue spot on its top, you probably don't want to clip or limit that off. Here's another section where stuff is happening.
Man.
The band comes back in, and as you can see, the blue spots all the way to the top, meaning that when they came back in with a bang, and if you cut that stuff off, you're going to reduce the amount of impact they're having. It's as simple as that. And predictably, this is going to go for like a high B, most likely, when I actually measure it, which I'm not doing right this instant. But this is another picture of maximum intensity. It's maximum intensity rock and roll. It's The Who. I mean, what did you really expect from them? And we have not saved it yet, so we're about to. We got Young Man Blues and Summertime Blues. Summertime Blues charted off of this album. I also got Shaken All Over because it was cool. And yeah. Who's next with Baba O'Reilly, Won't Get Fooled Again? That should produce some really intense sounds, I think. So here's... They're Shaking All Over. And here's... Summertime. And they're Shaking All Over. And again, like I said, the whole reason I'm doing all of this, and I'm doing it hour after hour, I've been doing it this entire time. I'm just streaming again now, so I'm letting you in on the picture of what my life is like right at the moment. If that sounded like a neat guitar sound, you wait till you hear it turned up to full volume. But first, let's edit together a playable version of Young Man Blues. Without giant pops and clicks. That is a sound. And we're ready. I mean, that's the interesting thing. That's why my previous attempt of recording with a slightly inferior, this is also getting into aspirational music making to some extent. Because here's the thing, like all of my stuff from this is working way better on the meter, recorded through the Lavery converter, recorded through the high-end style stuff, and then a little Shaken All Over. And I think I know why. Remember how all of the work being done here is being done by peak energy. It's all about maximizing peak energy. That's what comes through more easily with really high quality gear. So, in fact, I do have advice about that, literally just what I was saying. And I'll do that as soon as I... That's a scrunch. Don't need that. That's a click. Don't need that, but that's still background noise. The cheering and stuff is quietly fading away. So one of the things that you can do to get those optimal crash cymbals and so on is record them properly. If Keith Moon's cymbals sound good to you, it's probably because he hit them so hard, because that's a characteristic Keith Moon thing. But it's also being recorded at a distance, and it's recorded with microphones that are not excruciatingly hyped in the high frequencies. Like I've been advocating the ones I use for some time now. Roswell Mini K47s are what I've been using, and I picked them out especially because they did this. But in doing that, what they do is not give you the glitter effect that modern stuff will give you. And let's save that. It's a dumb rock and roll song, but they play it really well. So the trick with recording cymbals properly is, first of all, if you want them to be smooth, warm, and pleasing, give them a little bit of distance so they don't distort your microphone. Don't distort your preamp. Have some kind of decent preamp. Like, I'm using APIs for that. You can use API preamps. You can use Neve preamps. You can probably use, like, knockoff preamps that try to be like those. There are small manufacturers that try to do like simulated Neve pre's or whatever. Also, Behringer is trying to get into there and put everybody else out of business. And you can probably get a third of the way or half the way there even doing that, as long as you're using them properly. Like, you do that, and then you do something like the Roswells or ribbon mics or moving coil mics, rather than bright, sparkly, tizzy condensers. Again, the Mini K47s that I favor are specifically not bright and glittery. What have I got here? We have moved over to Who's Next. Cool. Bob O'Reilly presents. Yep. It's an interesting name, is Bob O'Reilly. Think about it for a second. It's like, what's that about? We will also eventually see what the Who is like and whether I have to do ContentHideD on those when I do evergreens on them. But they are an unmissable part of this analysis. Like whether or not I get to play them directly, I gotta use them. Actually, I can fade that out. That is not a pop, that's like a drum hit. Predictably. Boom. A good loud hit, too. So we're going to normalize that. Let's quickly throw on, just for a peek to make sure that things don't get too dull, Teenage Wasteland on the hit record. I knew it was going to do that. One thing about it, though, is it's pushing the peaks beyond. I don't think you're actually going to get the full blue dot on the bottom of these peaks. I don't think it's going to do that. It's pretty close. And that's because this old record is very much on the dynamic old record side of things. So unlike some of the 80s stuff, unlike some of the more hardcore stuff, it's simply not pushing so hard as to get stuff distorted. And bands like the Kinks and the Beatles tended to push so hard that they would get stuff just a hair distorted, and that helped them get their peak energy like literally right up to the iron bar. Whereas the Who's being recorded in such a way that their biggest hits have some space around them. Probably what's going to work out for doing this type of work is to just make a point of having the blue spots in your mixes or so on go literally right up to the edge at all times. Constantly be using that space, just don't go beyond it. And that's probably the best advice for going at it with loudness war stuff, which will characteristically always come out as somewhat louder and also flat and dead and boring. So you optimize things by pushing it a little harder, pushing it right up to that edge without going past it.
To be as my conscience.
So Behind Blue Eyes next. Nice quiet lead in without a lot of surface noise. I appreciate that. If I ever get to and want to show this off to people by playing it through properly, that will come in handy. As I always prefer not having to edit out giant spikes of, like, that might be a real drum hit. I think that's a real drum hit. It looks sharp. It looks like a skip, but it's not. It's not. That's Keith Moon. That's one of the things about playing this type of music, is that when you really push it, you get into that realm where you can put peak energy way, way, way past where you'd expect it to be, but then you have to mix into it. Recordings of simples that are not as optimal or use clean/harsher mics. I think you're already doing some of the... I would also look at my acceleration plugin. It's designed to deal with stuff like that. Smooth, not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. That might do some good.
When my best friend.
The really fun part here was this morning when I went through and did all of the Led Zeppelin. And it's going to be interesting to check that out in the only way that we can, because I think they are also like ContentHideD people. I'm probably going to want to clean up these clicks. Oops, I need to copy that. What am I doing? What am I even doing? I am blundering. And I may have, I have not got things in order. So let me try to refocus a little bit. It's a struggle. Sometimes you just kind of go on whether things are going well for you or not. And it's always nicer to hear from something like that. Ethan saying a nice thing. Well, I will do my level best to continue doing that. Right here, what we're doing is little won't get fooled again. And this is what I thought I was editing off, but I was just selecting the entire track. And now I've got to go in and find some peaks that are probably clicks. Like that. That's a click. There we are. Actually, I can make that better. Twisted Wave lets you do this, moving the waveforms around a little bit after you've edited it. It still lets you fiddle with it a little bit, and that comes in handy. I like that part. This, on the other hand, is full blast. Goes kind of like that. Loud. So let us normalize that. And check it out. This is what this guitar looks like on the hit record meter. I have something of a prediction as to what's about to happen with that. Watch this. Spikes of the blue energy there. Boom. And then as the band comes in, oh, I've clicked it wrong. Let me try to click it again. When the band comes in with Keith Moon, you have an even effect. And this is pretty much the apex of how hard they were willing to make that rock and roll sound. And you notice as soon as Roger Daltrey sings, and whether he's perfectly on pitch for all of these notes is not the point is he's hitting these soulful bursts of energy there. And isn't this the one with the Constitution? Let's go and find that. Drums are coming in, then we're going to get the scream. Look at that. Need I say more? That's mostly Roger Daltrey. He's the loudest sound in the band right there. You can see it going up into his range. That is star quality right there. I think that is also double tracked. I think it's two screams. I'm not completely sure. But I think it's two screams. One of them is notably higher than the other. If I ever get to do an evergreens of this and play it like unrestricted, I'll draw attention to that point and ask people to listen to what they thought that was. And we even heard a little bit of it through ContentHideD. There it is. There is the scream. And it's doing exactly what I predicted. I'll probably edit that in as one of my sound clips for like little 1 minute, 1 second sections of a whole bunch of different stuff that does that to demonstrate the meter and say, this is what this meter measures. It'll be interesting because it'll be like this unbroken string of hit record moments. And we're probably halfway through the Who stuff, which is nice. I've been wanting it, like, I was recording so much, and there's plenty of stuff that I could record that I would enjoy. Like, I don't have any Frank Zappa, but Frank Zappa tended not to chart. I have very little Genesis, but I got some of the Genesis album that produced the biggest hits, that being the Blocks cover. What have we got here? Was that the final Who's Next? This is 515 off of Quadrophenia. I heard the teen in the vocal there for a moment, and then I recognized it. I don't really listen to this one very much, but it's one of the more notable ones. Quadrophenia is neat. It is also a very hi-fi record, that one. It's got a really big dynamic wide range sound. And again, that's one of the things you kind of have to keep an eye on, because you can do a big dynamic wide range sound that goes to so much trouble to retain peak energy that you can't make it loud enough, and it doesn't actually sit very well. Like, if it is so peak heavy that it's getting in the way, that's something of a problem. There's an optimal, like here is a here's one of the hottest peaks on this track. And the trouble with doing rock, yep, DJ is on that list. That's one of the, if you would like, I will skip ahead once I finish this Who stuff. Or honestly, if you would like me to go, would you like me to go and do that one now and then return to the Who? As long as I don't get too distracted, I'm okay with it. Let's see, peaks. That is, in fact, a drum peak. We're going to normalize, because I'm going to want to measure all of those things on the meter one way or another. So let's see, save. It doesn't allow me to do a colon because that is a file separator. Fine. Yeah, as you see, my Bowie collection produced large numbers of hits right there. In fact, I can even highlight, if I scooch this a little bit over to the side, you can see which ones charted. Again, red for number 1, and, red for number 1 through 10, sorry. Orange for top 25, and yellow for at least in the top 100. Real Me, this was a big hit off of this album. I am including I Am the Sea to lead into it because it's not terribly long and it's a nice little scene setter. We'll just fade in on that. I'm going to see whether that's a click or not. Probably not. No. No, it's the sound of a wave. Into the next song. So we'll save that like that. That, I am pretty sure, is in fact a drum hit. Isn't that cute? yeah, the drum hit is one of those ones where that is so loud and uncompressed that you don't necessarily want to go this hard as far as retaining, because there's a difference between fighting loudness more and retaining peaks that are so loud that the song is unlistenable. Like, you can't really do it so accurately. Like, your best guideline is early Beatles for there, where it's loaded with peak energy, but it's all sitting within the top 12 dB or so. You don't really bury the rest of the music if it's meant to be loud too, and just leave these spikes in here that are such huge spikes. This is also an amusing bass track, because this is the track where they had John Entwistle just play ridiculously, and as a joke, he played all the busiest notes he possibly could and the highest notes he possibly could, thinking that it was just to make people laugh, and they kept it. So this is something of this is a John Entwistle prank song, where he did not actually mean for this to be used, but they ended up doing it anyway because it was so awesome. I see a click. Click. I'll take that one click out and then call it a day. But yeah, DJ charted. I looked it up. I don't have the piece of paper for that anymore, so I can't tell you exactly what it charted as, but it did chart. I'm not interested in listening to anybody's recent remixes. They tend to all be garbage by my standards. Just saying. Like, I am doing some specific things, and some of the things that I'm doing involve learning what this stuff has to offer, and it goes volumes towards why modern remixes and sounds leave me typically cold. You never can tell. It's still possible to do, like, I would like to demonstrate that it is still possible to do good work on this level, but I think it's fairly likely that any recent remix anybody has done intending to hit the modern market as it currently stands before I've reinvented it will be something of a dead loss. I'm just saying. Remixers are like Giles Martin doing Beatles and fixing notes. So let's see. And let me see. So we're leading in with that nice piano and C intro that he did it. DJ and Boys Keep Swinging charted. Let's see, how much else do we even have? Fair bit. And then after that, we've got, what else?
Don't miss me.
Now what I'm wondering is if we have Dr. Jimmy going all the way through into the end of, do we have the entire final side?
Calling. You don't notice him.
And we got this stuff. So here we start. Into Love Reign Over Me. Okay, so basically Quadrophenia final side is what I have here. Fair. I'll do that. I may even be able to get to do an evergreens on it if it is allowed to be played. I would not mind being able to show people stuff like this. Might need to do a little bit of cleanup to be able to let's see. A little fade in there. Dr. Jimmy is quite a nasty song, but it is not being done as a this is advice for how you should live. It is like one of those songs like Don't Take Me Alive that is a tragic tale of nastiness and awfulness, which is why it goes into Is It Me for a Moment. And then the guy in the rock opera swims out to sea to an island where he kind of gets real with himself. And that's the story of Quadrophenia, is this nasty, awful guy hitting bottom. And good Lord, is that a click or is that... I don't think that's a drum hit, but it could be.
The heat is rising.
No, that's a click, clearly. That's part of the Is It Me for a Moment. So if I get this here, I can bridge this gap fairly well. Nice little transition. If you want to do something like this very cleanly and nicely, you make the transitions line up. Mind you, you could also say draw a transient in. I don't have the facility to do that, but I do have the facility to edit a transient out. Oh, hi, that's not even a click. That's a thunder noise. Okay, what's our other loudest noise here? That's going to be a drum hit. The whole remix thing is very interesting because sometimes the darker vintage sound of the thing helps project the sense of loudness, size, and distance, which is part of what this algorithm is there to determine. You could maximize that. People typically don't, but you could maximize that. I have thought of going in and doing this kind of thing. Let's see, Quadrophenia final track, or something to that effect. See, he did Dr. Jimmy to set up for Is It Me for a Moment and go into Love, Rain, or Me, and that was the idea of this sort of follow-up rock opera to Tommy, because for a while there, Pete Townsend had just wanted to do all the rock operas, which the band was not necessarily that big of a fan of, but he wanted to do them nevertheless. And this was a very, very big one. This is 1973, The Who. It's pretty much dead center for getting the biggest, most dynamic sounds out of whatever band that were working at the time. So similarly to Dark Side of the Moon, also in 1973. 1973 was a good year for the biggest, hugest, fullest sounds. And Quadrophenia really qualifies very well as far as that is concerned. And we're getting closer to the end of our escapade here, because now we are into, I think. Who Are You? We are post-rock opera. I think this actually is the same song. Absolutely. Who Are You has that little quiet section. They did a lot of those. It cuts back on your hit singleness if you have the energy dwindle mid-song, but it's an artistic thing. And this is the final album that had Keith Moon on it. I've got a little tiny bit from Face Dances, You Better and Tricky Day. Let's see. That's a click. The place it is, it could only be a click. That's probably a click, but maybe not. Oh, I hear it being a click. Yes, it's a click. A couple of them right in that area, aren't there? Let's set it up like this so that it can kind of bridge this gap. And then I'll zoom in so that I can split the difference between those two channels. And now we are strictly in drum parts. That's a drum part. So yeah, I think what's going to end up happening is I was talking idly about these streams this week being chill streams, and then I got caught up in doing all of this. Pretty much what I'm going to do is finish up the rest of this editing. You back out of town! So that I can document this stuff and measure which of these things register highest on the meter, because I want that done by the end of the week so that I can include it in the video. I really want killer examples for this. And I think I have the bands to do it. I'm particularly happy that they don't all have to be rock dinosaurs, because we're going to have some rock dinosaurs showing up there, no question about it, but there also gets to be some different genres entirely also doing the same thing. I'm particularly pleased that Deadmau5 showed up with Strobe, because that's so perfect. Like, what a triumph of prediction. And I went and I looked at the waveform on that as well too. Like I can look at the waveform of that, and you can see that it's not simply a wave. Of like so that's where it registers the highest. That is not simply a like sawtooth wave or whatever. There's choice in here. It sounds fairly simple. It sounds fairly direct. But this has been picked. This has been done on purpose. You've got a bunch of sort of vaguely sawtoothy things going on. We've got this little edge on it. There's resonance, there's stuff going on making this do this stuff. Also notice how it is all within a dynamic range that has not been pushed as loud as it can go. That gives it room for not clipping the converters, which is probably why he did that. And yeah, that is a easy AA rating. And it makes me pleased that this is not all about just only rock dinosaurs, particularly when you know that the mouse is a little bit fed up of strobe because people just kept wanting it, which tells you a story. Now, what do we got here?
Crushing mountain.
We've got The Music Must Change, which is not actually a hit. I just wanted it on there because I wanted 2 tracks off of Who Are You? And I thought this was a good one. So that's an interesting little, that's part of the song. It's a very high frequency sound, that is. But that's a sound effect that's the intro part of the song, actually. And that's kind of what they're shooting for with this one. They ended with a big end burst. Those are probably not clicks. If I remember correctly, those are the song. We'll fade out the aftermath. Check this out. See, that is not a click. It looks like it would have to be. This is why you can't actually push peak energy to its high. Like, you have to have a method for doing it. It's just not for flattening it all out.
Change.
Because those are peak energy that are so high that it kind of doesn't balance. And what we end up with is that's like a clap or something. When we normalize it, some of the song is trying to be loud.
The music must change.
But it's somewhat limited by the fact that we've got these isolated little peaks that are even louder than everything else. Got one in here too.
The music. The music.
And they've just loaded on horns, claps, percussive sounds, just so much going on. And it's all about further accentuating those bursts of sound. But there's probably an optimal way of doing that too. And let me briefly show you. I have not actually had a request for, you didn't actually say, let me look at DJ now. If we look at what this song is, now that I've normalized it, it'll do a little bit of ContentHideD. You can see that it's showing up. But do we see a lot of stuff going on up here? I don't think so. And that's because they're reserving the very loudest sounds for bright and for final little outbursts of loud, and you don't want to. This is supposed to be the overwhelming, loud, rambunctious final bit. But you'll notice that this section is empty. This is supposed to be their section where it's overwhelming. But because if they're retaining those very loudest peaks rather than controlling them, it doesn't hit as hard as it could. Like, there is an area where you can, in fact, clip or limit some of those peaks. It's just that people do it way more than they should now. Like, they would take 9 dB off of this, and so the top would be the bottom edge of this cloud, and it would all be ruined. And that's what people would do these days. But you also don't have to do it this way. This is leaving a little more space than you need, especially since in this area, we see that the brightness is leaning a little farther than it should. Like, the high frequency stuff is a little more than it would really need to be. And it's also showing on the zero cross meter, where we don't honestly have that much low frequencies. It doesn't really go low with any authority. It's all sitting around being mid-range. Interesting stuff. Anyways, we get to save that now. This is also from the same album that they did Sister Disco and whined and griped about black music and electronic music. Which, okay, yeah, that's not what you do, but still, I think you're missing something there. What I'd really like to do is find a classic house track that also hit AA. But now we can move on to our last two Who songs, and then head into the latter part of the day. This is very crackly. This is You Better You Bet. That's going to be at start. A piano note. And this is all crackly and stuff, but I guess I'm probably going to just live with it. I'll edit out some of the biggest chunks and move on, because I'm not that interested in this song. I had Face Dances. I wanted a couple of tracks off of it. Tricky Day this was the charting hit, though. So I kind of had to include this one, and I'll clean it up as best I can. Like that pop is not helping anybody. But this was a number 18. If the website that I found with all of those charting positions is to be believed. It might be. It sounds relatively plausible anyhow. I remember this being a hit. I was around when this came out. And I remember this being all over the radio. I mean, I was a kid, but I was in fact around in a day when it was all about the radio and none of our modern things were even a thing. That's why I'm pleased to have Jay Giles Band in my measurements, because Jay Giles Band was all over WBCN and WAAF, the Rock of Boston, and the Hard Rock station similarly. BCN was the mainstream one. It's the bigger top 40 one. But not just top 40. I mean, they were WBCN, the Rock of Boston. That's a lot of clickiness. Tell you what. I'm not that devoted to this song that I'm really going to clean it all up. Let me just take some of these crackles out. Do a quick little fade. With some of these, I wonder whether the mastering technology was producing that low frequency rumble, because I often see stuff like this wiggle in here, and I wonder whether that's on the pressing, because it's not on every record. It's not like that's consistent enough to be my turntable doing it. It could be the recording lathe having a resonance way down there, or needing to be isolated from sub-frequency movement of some kind. That's a nasty little scratch, that is. And that is probably a click. In fact, I'm willing to bet you that's a click. But that's not. So let's have a quick scan for peak energy and see whether we've got another click, or nope, that's going to be drums. Not Keith Moon this time. Simon Phillips, if I remember correctly. Normalize it, and we can move on to the last one. I know what I'm going to start with for the next section, which is DJ, because it was mentioned. So you can skip ahead among stuff if you like. Here's another bunch of examples. I also feel like some of these I'm going to leave around for when I go and actually write a declicking plugin, which I don't think I'm up for today. But clearly I'm going to have lots of stuff I can do with it. I'm going to have like more than 580 individual songs, of which many of them are hits. I should separate out the hits from the non-hits for the purposes of doing this. Last one. Another tricky day. In listening to this while recording it, I was like, the Who in this period is going through an interesting thing where Pete Townsend is fighting to not just be a spent cause, because he wasn't as messed up as Keith Moon. So when Moon died, Pete wanted to keep going. Being a musician was his thing. I think that if I'm observing it correctly, Roger Daltrey was kind of less motivated here. There were times when The Who was working through their big let's do all of Pete's things, and Daltrey was very much giving it his all, and I don't feel as much of that in this album. It doesn't feel as if Daltrey is showing up as much. Townsend is, and John Entwistle seems to be just cruising along, being a solid foundation, being as capable as he's ever been, maybe not full of flash or anything. And then they brought in Simon Phillips, if I remember correctly, as the drummer, and he is trying to rise to the occasion, because he has some big and very crazy shoes to fill. And he's not actually looking to be Keith Moon, because that came at a cost.
The brick candle start a fire.
He is, however, a heavy hitter and a loud player, so there's that. And with that, I have finished everything I captured. And it's only 11 in the morning, or nearly 11 in the morning. So now these are all the Who tracks I've just done. All this entire morning I've edited all those down. Let's start putting stuff into the overall list, because I got to work through all of these. So firstly, DJ. I can probably leave this going while going and making a cup of coffee. I can keep a running commentary on a lot of this stuff, or just pick things out and talk about them. I'm going to be piping through the full audio, so you'll get a good sense of what's actually on these as you look at what the meter says about them. And then at the end, I write down what the score ended up being. So I do need to do that. But yeah. You can pretty well see when Bowie sings. And we've got these little clusters of blue where those are the hit record notes right there. How can I position these windows best? And yeah. And again, my apologies for the content part of it. But it's a live stream, so I got to grind my way through some of these unless we choose to do something else. Or I could, I mean, if it annoys, I can just cut the stream short. I've got a lot of this to do. One that I did this morning was kind of interesting. Not an actual hit, but I did the Eagles' Old 55. And you never saw such a cluster of blue star quality as when they kick into the chorus on that one. Because it really lights up when they do their harmonies. I've got a whole bunch of Eagles to go through here. And it's all going to do stuff one way or another. And the audio has the capacity for, it's the first Bill system. But it's going to do all of this kind of stuff. And yep, we are getting a legitimate measurement of this David Bowie track, where it's pushing all the way into the A realm, although not much beyond. It's not going to push past AF, I don't think. Because they let the energy drop a little bit. It's going to come back up again. He's letting the energy drop on purpose. There's an interesting thing on another one of the tracks that he would have known about by this time too, I think. Because this is all on purpose. Like when he goes for stuff like this, it's definitely on purpose that he's going for that. We're going to rate that as AF. Not surprised. The thing I was thinking about was down here. Or actually not down here. No. It was... So check this out. This is a song ending one of the sides on Station to Station. And Station to Station is his album where... You know, he went into Cherokee Studios, if I remember correctly, or in a Los Angeles studio. I think I have recognized how this vocal sound is done. The rest of it's going to be very chill. So I should even be able to talk over it without too much trouble. But when he starts to sing, you'll hear an interesting room reverb on his voice. I'm pretty sure that's one of the earliest digital reverbs, the 250. Because this is 1976. That was invented in 1976. And there was one at the studio where this was recorded. And I'm pretty sure what's going on there is it's a early digital reverb with 22K sampling rate, meaning that it can only go up to about 10K. And it's a very primitive room hall algorithm. What he's doing here is giving it a little bit of pre-delay and cutting it way the heck back so that it's just a room sound. but it's still a digital sound. So it doesn't really, like, it fills space in a different way from reality, but he's got it not sustained very much. And then it makes up a lot of the sound. A lot of the body of the sound is this tight little reverb that doesn't actually have any high end to it. And I think that's very interesting because I'm developing Cream code. I'm developing one that could do this kind of thing. So that gets my attention right away. Similarly to how Fleetwood Mac's Rumors, everybody was miserable the entire time. He was under stress. He was in the throes of massive global addiction and wildly out of control and surviving it. So he remained able to perform. Apparently Frank Sinatra complimented him on this track. You can see the little bursts of cymbals coming in here. It's a very, very mid-70s sort of disco style, all lows and highs kind of thing. But the vocal is these blue dots. I mean, there's other stuff there too as well, but it will show up as those blue dots. It is typically mixed to nail that particular balance between highs and peaks. And that's just, it's done by instinct, because people, when they are going for this most loud and overwhelming sound, are instinctively trying to accomplish what this meter shows. That's really the main thing about it, is to be able to document it. I mean, you could make some of these things blind. Or rather, no, with this technically you can't because it's a visual meter, but you could make some of these without being able to hear them. And probably have a half-decent chance at coming out with something that works. So I got impairments backwards for that. You can kind of hear a little bit on itself the digital space there. I think it's the 250. I think it's one of those very earliest digital reverbs. And there's some neat implications for Cream Coat and neat implications for me trying to remix myself. Because if this is part of the trick, taking a human voice and getting this amount of hugeness to it when performing it this way, because you could hear him singing this kind of thing in earlier records, like for instance, what I'm doing is analyzing all of these things. Oh, there we go. So that's the last bit where he started really belting. And the plugin is all about trying to isolate this kind of information. Register it, show it, be able to work with it. In particular, our experience of peak energy is normally that we cannot directly hear it, and so it is easily overlooked or ignored or maligned. I'm not surprised that that is a CA rating because it is mainstream enough to totally fit. Let's bounce over to some of the Eagles tracks, seeing as we're doing it this way. you immediately see the hit record sound on the guitars. Eagles had a tendency of mixing those exactly right. In fact, they have a tendency of mixing literally everything exactly right. And what you try to do, if you have this information, is mimic some of these patterns, because the pattern represents a kind of sound that really works for people and that is lost, that you don't get to do anymore. For instance, a key factor in the Eagles, they were able to sing like this. So when the harmonies kick in, it's like the loudest thing in the mix, and it's all perfectly hitting this blend. This is a picture of the Eagles blend as harmonies. And when it kicks in, so the hit record line rises up into the comfortable and then the big hit realm, and then the A for attention realm, where you look up and you go, what was that? That was amazing. They are reliably able to do that. Every time they go into the chorus, you get that. And this is, of course, the biggest commercial band in the world. I don't think anybody really did better than them as far as being the biggest, like, quote-unquote rock and roll hit makers, because it's kind of country rock, honestly. Also, you'll notice that they also have guitar solos that register really high that way as well, and that's because the sonority of the guitar sits in a similar way. Now, I learned an interesting thing looking into the ZZ Top stuff, because the ZZ Top does it two different ways, which I think I can identify. There is one set of ZZ Top which is being done through extreme amp volume, but there are other ZZ Top songs, for instance, Cheap Sunglasses, stuff off of Diguello, where it's clearly being done using a variac on the amp to make it smushy at very low volume. And once you hear it, it's unmistakable. In particular, if you've experimented with discontinuity, it's very easy to hear the difference between those sounds, because there's a way you can adjust where things sit on those sounds. Never mind that there haven't been other things to measure that before, but now there are. And it exposes that some of the ZZ Top stuff is about high volume, and then some of the ZZ Top stuff is being done through guitar and amp manipulation, which is actually at an incredibly low volume. But you wouldn't necessarily know that by just listening to the frequencies. It's about how stuff sits in the mix and what sounds are possible to make happen. And here we have one of our significant things of all the way to AE. When you have a hit song, rise to the very end as you hit the fade. And that is a surefire trick. And it's probably most of the Eagle stuff will do that. Certainly some of it will. AE for Already Gone. Actually, that's not the one I wanted to look at. I wanted to look at this one. Hey, Marshall. So let's take a moment. I'm out of coffee, and if I'm expected to chatter away through all of this, I probably need to make more, seeing as it's 11 o'clock in the morning. And what I can do is get this going. So, for your pleasure, little bitty snippets of something you don't get to hear directly on. In fact, let me also turn my audio hijack down even more. A clearer sound for the listener. There we are. Hang on. Okay, that's a good place for that to sit. I'm going to arrange these so you can see what's happening. Eagles Hotel California on the hit record meter. It's going to start very, very quiet. And then the end of it is going to be just a sea of blue dots from the guitar solo section. Boop. And I'll be back with more coffee.
She showed to the hotel. Such a love. Ready a room. Anytime. She got a pretty boy. Courtyard. So I called wine. 1916. Said device
will stop mid-making the file. Attend to this. In the end, and just like I said, here's where it takes off into the stratosphere. The whole thing is leaving dynamic range on the table. You could make it be a little bit louder, but it is fully using everything that it's got. It's not like it's really wasted, just that it's designed for a kind of spacious sound that way. Like when you do this, when you have stuff that is legitimate, super awesome peaks that you might want to keep, these blue spots here, but there's this much space between them and everything else, the spaciousness in your mix is perhaps exaggerated. You don't really need it to be that spacey. Anyway, that's going to be a BE. I know. Let's give me even more time to make my coffee by putting on an epic 14-minute track. Jimi Hendrix, 1983, A Merman I Shall Turn to Be. I'm going to need to measure this at some point, so now seems like a perfectly good time. I'll be back with some coffee.
Through the noise, come land so pencil and pain and the deep find the same is
I got a bunch of really good Jimi Hendrix, and I don't think I've really even started.
would never
But what I do see is that 60s sound is really well with it.
breathe on
Kind of all over the map. This one goes into all kinds of weird changes.
the cane.
let's go under with
Okay, I'm back. Ooh, also, I think I need to label some of these things. Give me a second. This is going to take a while to go. I have labeled all of the Led Zeppelin. I have not labeled any of the Who with the chart positions, and I was meaning to do that, so let's go and do that. Happy Jack 24, that counts as top 25. I Can See for Miles is a number 9. That's top 10. Pinball Wizard 19. I Am Free 37. Summertime Blues 27. Behind Blue Eyes 34. Won't Get Fooled Again 15. Justifiably considering the amount of cultural impact that had. Love Reign Over Me 76, which I think I have is just final slide. There we go. And I Am the Sea, the Real Me 92. Pretty strong showing for Quadrophenia there. Who Are You is a top 14. You Better You Bet was 18. Here we go. Who charting hits. Now, I don't need this piece of paper no more. And that is the last of my pieces of paper for all of this stuff. Yeah. See, that's the idea, Ethan, is I have known this for a long time. I've known that if you listen to, like, the Eagles and they hit those harmonies, the hair stands back up in the back of your neck and, like, some kind of aura is coming off of it, some super excitement, but I didn't know it was peak energy until I started to measure it. And you can do heavy kicks that are all about peak energy. I've got a bunch of examples for exactly that. And in fact, it is a very good idea to do that if you're doing heavy style music. Because that's the thing. It's like, this is what I do. I don't get to be one of the musicians. And that's kind of sad. Like, people are always giving me crap over the music that I make. And I'll continue making it anyhow, because, like, why not? But one of the things to bear in mind is this puts me more into the sort of the following generation of, you know, like I mentioned, ooh, look at that. There are some guitars putting energy into the sound. But the modern generation, you know, like hyper pop. I mentioned the drum and bass guys, Noisia, who were on Skrillex's album and did a better job than Skrillex, to my opinion. I end up being like one of those people because I don't have the capacity. There is not time enough in one lifetime to do all the things that I would want to do. I could play drums on my little practice pad. There's drums on my little practice pad. And it's still not going to make me as competent as a professional real drummer. I can do it because I enjoy it. That doesn't mean I'm going to be Keith Moon. It does mean that if I want to make those kinds of noises, if I do it, I'll have a better chance of making those noises. And yeah, Carla, who comes onto the stream, wants me to be able to do a compressor that will do exactly that. You have the kick come in and hit the compression, and then it'll wipe out the highs. And I have agreed to do that. There are many things on my plate right now, so I'll just have to make sure not only to do that, but also to keep, the level of my commitment gentle enough that I'll survive to do that. Freaks me out when we get like people like Steve Albini doing so much, but then he did not survive, and that's because I feel he was doing too damn much. But that's a personal thing. People find their own way through stuff like that. That is also why I'm accepting just not being as entertaining for this stream, because I have to get all of this stuff done by the end of the week so that I can really gauge what makes the best argument for my point. And you can see some of what I'm talking about showing up here. But I need to be able to educate people to design their hit record stuff around peak energy. And you can absolutely make it all, like you could give all of this 2 dB or so and you'd be perfectly fine. There's empty space on the top of this meter. You got room to put a lot there. But you don't want to slam it so hard. And people don't understand that, but they're going to need to understand it. Because now that we can literally see these things, they can be designed around. In particular, I'm going to be doing the video. Oh, yeah. Interesting thing about Splunk, if I put it on this meter, it shows up really well on the meter. Like some of the best stuff I've ever done on this record meter, demonstrating that. And yeah, the guitar playing,
I can hear.
This is kind of like the thing I was talking about. That is tracker music. So you could say I didn't actually play it at all. You might or might not have spotted how repetitive it can be. When it goes into those riffs, it is isolating little bits of guitar playing and stuff that I did just on something completely different. And we just sort of isolated individual bits of the track and combined them against other things and against pieces of drums and so on. And it produces the type of, I don't know, classical thing, but a 60s style of it because of the choices that I made around it. But you could say that there is no actual playing of what you heard. It's being sequenced together by a computer program. It's tracker music. It's renoise, which I hardly encourage experimenting with. It's fun stuff. And this is not going to go any louder than this. I see that it is finishing itself up, so it's not going to hit higher. Declicker, you mean? Decrackle? So this was BF. With the assigning these ratings, I get to skip ahead. Let's do another Hendrix track as long as we're at it. This is if 6 was 9. Hopefully you'll be able to hear some of the snare hits. He ends up going, so if 6, whack, turned out to be 9, whack. And it's the most awesome snare hits. I'll be able to at least see them on the meter, if nothing else. Here we go. Oh, maybe not. I think it's the second verse where that comes.
No.
There we go. That little spike there. Mitch Mitchell snare hit. This spot is his snare hitting a whistle resonance, like right up at the top range of the dynamics. You can barely even see it, but it really stands out. If you listen to it, it sounds amazing. Seeing as it is Jimi Hendrix, it's somewhat challenging as to being able to listen to it. But look at the interesting thing about how the dun-dun is showing up on the zero cross meter. Deep bassy stuff in there. And it's a really solid hit. It's not projecting as much as I would have expected. Also, notice we've got a lot of frequencies. When they really take off, they start throwing as much high frequencies as like a Skrillex track or a second tier Skrillex track anyhow. It's really bright, even though it's also kind of 60s and dark. It gets better with some of his other albums. All the tracks on Axis Bold as Love end up sounding like together. Oh, and there are very simple answers to some of these things. What you see in the sea of red slews there is largely symbols. On this record, it's not even that crackly. But they were doing your classic 60s psychedelia, so they were cranking up the highs and stuff. They were fooling with the EQs in order to maximize the values. I do love the snares on this track. It's just this wonderful bark out of Mitch Mitchell. It's a very retro, old sound, but it's so alive. And then that's Jimmy getting a lot louder, leaning into the mic. We've got the sound of marching feet that is actually a guitar sound. Because all this stuff is like guitar sounds. Yeah. I was trying to measure a Metallica track for the purposes of my meter, and I found some kind of example on YouTube or somewhere that was off of a vinyl record, but it was off of some kind of remastering. It proved completely unusable. Oh, notice an interesting thing on here, which is that when the high frequency is poking through the bottom of the meter, which usually means this is too much, if they are not in black, if they are in a paler gray or blend in with this light gray, that means you got away with it, basically. The balance of how much is too much brightness. If you're hitting brightness that is not a stark black on this part of the meter, then you're safe. These noises still come off as okay. It's not hurtful to the ear. It's just exciting. you know. Metallica that I found was supposedly off of the vinyl record, but it had been remastered or whatever, and it was so bright that it was unusable. It did not show you what that sound actually was when it came out. So let's see, this was CD. Let's keep bouncing around to different things. For instance, how about some 80s Bowie? I'm not sure if I've ever looked at Ashes to Ashes, but there's a classic one. And I think this is representative of one kind of exceptionally good mix. When we have the clouds of green and red energy intermingled with the blue energy, I think that is representative of a certain kind of very good, very popular mix. And this is not the only example of it. But I'm not terribly surprised to see it showing up here. I think it also tends to happen when you've got your loud peaks and snares showing up in blue here, like the loudest peaks are. This also suggests that this entire track could be turned up by 3 or even 4 dB and get away with it. Because we're in the modern world, right? We're in the digital world. So if you can, you would lose that peak that we just hit. But that's the thing. It's like if there's only one peak every minute at that level, it's wasted. You want to be having stuff happening right up at that area every second or two, just as a one. Or if you're going for a more relaxed, spacious, like this is doing a good job of that, then you have the overall sparseness of that stuff a lot sparser, but you still have your hottest peaks going up to the top and showing up with those blue. You know, the blue spot means it is balancing between peak energy and slew energy optimally. Red means it's more slew energy than peak, and green means it's more peak energy than slew energy. And this one looks like it is heading in to it's just kind of casting this musical spell. And the way I would describe that, no, I can't. I don't have that. The way it's casting this spell is by the evenness of the peak distribution all through here, with the occasional thing that's even louder than that. The balancing of the frequency information here, and the fact that our low end is in fact showing up in the mix as authoritative substantial bass. This is a good picture of the balance. The overall track is just balanced really well, especially in something that is this sparse wouldn't always be showing the amount of low frequencies in the rhythm section that this clearly is. You can hear the beat correctly. And when it sparses out, like this part is dense, and then this part is sparse, but the beat is still there. There's other Bowie I can show for that. I'm probably going to end up indicating to my Patreon for taking suggestions on Airwindows in this way that I will record the music for you if I have it, if you are a high enough patron tier and whatever, and ask. And here we go. go to the ending and it lifts up with the ending to this point. So that follows. So CD. Well, this would be fun. I'm looking at all the Eagles and stuff I got to get through. I haven't actually shown any of the Led Zeppelin yet. And seeing as we are doing content hiding, we can get away with this. Check that out. We'll do some more of that. I have never shown this on the stream yet. If you ever wondered, look, this is spending more time with blue than it is in green. We are clearly going for the highest possible recording. We're going for highest possible rating, which isn't surprising. They're probably all going to do that. It's just a question of whether they all go to AA, because they won't all go to AA. Also, there's a couple of Pretenders hits I need. I need to measure back on the chamber. I need to measure brass in pocket. Both of those are bigger heads than what I've already. But yeah, this is a lovely example of what Zeppelin we're all about. And any of this I could use as a little reference to the kinds of sounds that I'm trying to do. That was Robert Caldwell by himself. His voice alone is perfect rock and roll hit making stuff. Although it looks like Jimmy Page has gotten a little better at this bit. Not completely, but... Also, it's interesting to notice that even though this is a heavier sound, I don't see any of those green dots hardly at all. And that's because the amount of bass that's going across, even though it's pretty substantial, is all sitting in the range where it's pushing as hard as it can. So that's interesting. Maximum attentiveness. Except for it's not, because this only gets to AF. We got an AF here. So, well, in that case, want to go hard? Two ways to go hard. One of them is Whole Lotta Love, and the other one is Stairway. The thing about Stairway to Heaven is that it is going to build from the weakest and smallest possible thing to the loudest and loudest possible thing. That's specifically what it was designed to do. Yeah! This is doing a little bit of that, but not all that much. But the thing is, the intermediate parts of it, where it's just crazy theremins, are probably all going to be sitting around in the middle of the line, because they are all maximum loudness and sonority. I recorded so many Led Zeppelin tracks, even knowing that it will be a challenge to put the content, put them on YouTube in a way that people can hear them. You can hear little snippets of them, and you can reproduce what they do and have your own little version of it. I remember somebody mentioning old symbols. There you are. So those are full range recorded symbols, where they're not going to like some SSL desk and throw away all the lows and mids on them. That symbol's being recorded as part of the entire symbol. And they're also being sounded in such a way that a drummer like Keith Moon would hit the cymbals so hard they would go that bright just all by themselves, and then sometimes John Bonham is not laying into the cymbals nearly as hard as these little drums, and so they get that slightly darker tone. And then, as predicted, the entire meltdown section is hovering around making noises that basically as there's a lot of loud in there, but there's also there's a wide rangeness to this. There's higher frequency stuff and lower frequency stuff also. It opened up a little bit. And interestingly, the lows are going way down. Like this is 20 hertz. There are frequencies coming off this record that are registering as lower than 20 hertz cleanly. Ways, Jimmy Page is tending to go brighter than he has to for this, but he's blending with the bassiness of everything else. So once everybody is playing and it's not just Jimmy all by himself, it balances. That's this kind of stuff is you're not just making every instrument optimally balanced, you are combining more with each other. Oh, this is gonna be AF, that's for damn sure. I'm not sure whether it's gonna do it that much higher in the outro, but it can try.
Yeah.
And one of the things about Led Zeppelin is that we can be pretty confident that the heavy guitar and in fact bass and drums things are through using maximum volume. So if you were to be using like discontinuity or whatever, you would dial it in so that your amplitude seemed to be on the extremely high side. And yeah, this made it to a D. Oh, I know the one that I would like to try next. Because I know the guy that helped do it. Know him too. It's not like his buds and hanging around, but I made a plugin for the guy that did this next one. AD is rated as. You might just have heard this one. And this was engineered by Terry Manning that I did a plugin for. And I think this is going to be rating as one of our highest ones. Period. It is going to be very spacious though. And it might come off as shrill, but I'm not sure how much that's going to matter. Because the sonority it comes up with is really extraordinary. very bright, but it's got the lows to it as well. And it doesn't really break for long enough to lose it. That is a very good sound picture for this kind of intent, for this kind of musical intent. This is very good. It looks like a slightly more expansive version of a Beatles hit song. That's how much is going on in the peak energy area up here. There's just a lot going on at all times. That's what you want. It's also very wide range too. I think some of the other stuff that is sort of less focused, less laser-like, might actually be registering higher. Although, remember, on this kind of meter, if you hit the top possible rating on the meter, it means using mass appeal. And this is blending in such a way that it's still able to reach mass appeal in so doing. So BE, biggest possible hit, indicates that this could actually be more commercially successful than stuff that rates higher. Speaking of stuff that rates higher, I bet you this will end up rating higher because it goes for longer and it goes for louder. How many more times? Doesn't start out as loud as it can go, but it quickly escalates. That is Jimmy Page being brighter than he should be for hit record qualities. That's probably using a wah pedal. You don't want to make that guitar sound throughout the entire song, but he's not. He's not. He's just saturating the sound with it briefly. I've also got a bunch of interesting Peter Gabriel to experiment to look into. But yeah, the thing I was saying earlier, and it's interesting that Skronk got mentioned, is that, I don't get to be these people myself. Like, I get to realize how they did what they did and understand these things and even teach them to other people. I think I'm pulling it off. But the amount of time and effort is to do this, like Tim Gillies, I've mentioned Slipperman before. Tim Gillies also has opinions. He was a drummer and really enjoyed playing drums, but also his skill level just deteriorated as he went into the studio and started engineering bands. And he got so into that he stopped being able to be professional or acceptable level professional because he just got rusty. And I experienced there's a bunch of different instruments that I can play, whether it's guitars or bass or playing drums or whatever, and I get so ridiculously rusty. Never really got to play with any of these anyhow. But this is the modern way. It's not simply about using autotune to correct problems. You can do little clips of videos and then kind of re-edit and redesign them using something like and make something new out of it. For instance, Skronk was mentioned, and Skronk is an example of something like that, where the guitar riffs didn't ever actually exist. They were being put together out of other little guitar clips in ways that were interesting, meaning that I could construct something that didn't exist. I think that's more characteristic of modern musical creativity than it used to be, because we didn't used to have to do that. What you had to do was learn how to play guitar for many years and then try to refine just this sound. And there's more to do than that. More kinds of sound to make than that. But you can tailor what you're doing by stuff like this, where you can see, oh, they built to a final crescendo, and it made this line turn blue as the intensity of the peak energy rose going up into this region, and then they dropped off and did something else. I'm pretty sure that whatever you choose to do with clustering peak energy in that way is going to give fairly similar results. I saw it with the Noisia remix of the Skrillex track. I saw it with deadmau5 and Strobe, which he could never understand why the heck it was that he could continue to do music and then people were constantly demanding Strobe. Like, no matter what he did, he couldn't get away from Strobe. People kept demanding Strobe, and that's because he nailed that particular behavior so accurately. This can give rise, and there's an interesting twist to this as well. At least I think it's interesting. I have to keep an eye on my health too. Dang. Gotta hang in there until next week, hopefully. The interesting twist is that AI will not be able to do this because AI does not have the ability or time to focus in on specifically this kind of thing, ignoring all of the more commercially salient remasterings and remixes and Loud and Swore stuff. It will never get there before there's so much AI created stuff out there that is poisoning the well to where it starts to get into feedback on itself. This is a great part of the song, by the way. But we're seeing another one of those things where it's building into the giant climax, and this is how you do a giant climax. You can make it be closer to the top, but this is how that's done. And then you want to have some peaks in there as well. Dynamic. You can kind of hear how far away the drums sound. You do get a clear sense of them even in snippets. It's also going to be interesting to see what the meter makes of when Plant names. He goes, got you in the sights of my gun, and then goes in pitch. And then they go into the final bit. I bet that's going to be just a wash of... There we go. The blue right there. I could be wrong.
Oh, man.
No, he went brighter. The final part of the scream, it's just it goes brighter and it's no longer hitting the sonority that it could. But that's fair. It's a thing that you can do. One of the things that if you throw in that kind of stuff, you want it to not be sitting around too long because it will tire people out in the way that the full won't. The combination of the full band is firing on all cylinders, as it were. a A-rated Led Zeppelin, interestingly, although it spends a lot of time for that star quality. That's interesting. I'm not exactly sure which one, maybe Kashmir, which one is going to really fire the top performance. This one made it to BC. Let's break it up a little bit. I'm curious to see this one, a David Bowie track. I'll be doing this for days, whether or not I'm doing it with a stream. That said, this is looking like it's coming together. This is off of the Heroes. The reason I want to see this one is that it has David Bowie vocals where he is just operatically belting it out. But no matter what he does, it seems to have the star quality. And I'm beginning to see a chorus. There we go. So this is the place where he's really singing out. And yeah, that's kind of what I expected to see happening. And again, this is after he did Station to Station, which I think was using a little digital reverb on the voice. No, I didn't actually record that. On the screen. You see how many things I've had to record, so there was a limit to everything. The whole reason I did this one is I wanted to see what it looked like when he sang out that way. And I think that gives me my answer. We're going in another section now. There he is. Mind you, there's backing vocals in there as well. In any case, if you've got this, in particular if you've got this on a vinyl record like I have, you can have this melody. What I was going to do is put a little note up on the screen showing where you are. So perhaps after this plays out, I will go and look into that. But yeah, that's neat. That's a picture of one way of mixing it. Okay, so now how do I go about doing this? Text, okay. We'll call it text sign. And I'm going to give me a minute while I figure all this stuff out. I don't know how long this is going to take me, but hopefully not all that terribly long. Here's where you go. In fact, I've got it on the pinned repositories now. So here's our most recent thing. And it's displayed as way too large. Oh well. Whoa, what the actual heck? Got there. Okay, still going. This is not convenient to work with at all. That's not good, but I'll fix it. How about, this is very cumbersome, but we'll get there. And let's just say that's good enough for time being. So you can go there. And now I'm going to go back here and figure out something else to do. Let's do an Eagles track. How about? Oh, I know. Let's do a chill Eagles track. And I'm going to go and rinse out my cup from the coffee because it's getting a little too late in the day to make even more cups of coffee. And so I'll just have to hang in there. But here is the measurement of the Eagles' Best of My Love. And you should be able to see their harmony vocals lighting up the meter when they sing. Back up.
Try for faith that we on to get back a cold my heart. Oh, sweet the best of my
Hey, sweeter. Haven't started Evergreens yet.
best of
We'll see. This is kind of like that, though.
going back.
Oh, those. Okay.
Right, if
So you found the old stash of evergreens then. So one of the things about this particular track is that this is your chill style Eagles. And so they're designing everything. You'll see that they do kind of reach up to the top there. And in fact, the bass allows it to fill up to exactly 12 dB down, which is one of my litmus tests for if you're designing the sound around something. That's probably where you want the bass to sit, and that is in fact where they have the bass sitting pretty darn exactly. But they're also sitting everything in the mostly mellow zone. And this is not unlike Southern rock, Allman Brothers and stuff. It's getting a similar balance. We are actually observing something with the green dots that's worth noticing. Watch where the green dots are sitting. They're not high enough in treble energy to ever really even get into the blue dot zone, but notice how accurately they are filling the space between the blue area and the light gray stuff. Because they're making a little cloud that always is exactly in there. I might have to break for the day at some point. We'll see how my health holds out. Very annoying to me, suffering through this kind of stuff. Anyways, that was Eagles DD for Deep Vibe, which is plausible. That's an accurate description. Let's do another one as long as we've got them. I think this one they sing out more. It's a Glenn Frey lead song. He tends to want to have more energy in the songs when he does them. Which is not to say that he's putting that much energy into this, but then when they sing together, you'll probably see a big splash of blue and up into the loudness regions a little bit. Like I could show you the one that I looked at earlier that told me what I wanted to know with it. Off of this album, in fact.
It's lonely.
I would love to know why the line sometimes draws with those little white lines in there.
And it breaks her.
Because it was doing it even in the first pass through. But I haven't debugged that one yet. I'm not sure what's causing that. So we can probably see where the chorus kicks in, even if we can't hear it. In fact, I bet you it'll show up real clearly. There it is. And again, I don't know why it's drawing itself that way. And if I don't know, nobody else is going to, so I can't really ask for help with it. You can work out where it's meant to be, though. That is kind of annoying. I wish I could figure out what was causing it. The way the whole meter works could probably use some help, but this is as good as I can do with it for now. And I'm probably not going to be able to fix that by next week. But that doesn't mean I can't put it out, because it'll functionally do what it's meant to do.
all the good.
I will just have to suffer with whatever condition it's in.
Only
Roger song, like, just dropped in to see what condition my condition was in. Well, this is the condition it's in, but it works. For those for which it works, by the way, it's probably worth figuring out if the plugin is broken for anybody. If so, if there's a way that I can fix it. Because it's a little questionable. It's hard to tell whether that's a possible thing or not. One thing we can easily tell, however, is this very chill middle of the road song is using its peak energy extremely well. This is a really good example of most of the song is called 18 dB down. See, 6, 12, 18. And it is continually filling up the entire range with active music type things happening.
It's
and
gonna
it's registering too. I wonder if I close the application and launch it, would that make it be better?
got this crazy.
Also, the zero cross meter is interesting on this one. Look at how much space that's taking up. There's a little something for like mid-range, whether you like deep bass. Doesn't seem to matter. There's a little something everywhere. It's very evenly dispersed. Very, very, very evenly dispersed.
So
We'll move on to something else. Led Zeppelin, Jimi Hendrix,
funny.
more Bowie. Got to get through all of it before the end of the week, but I don't have to do it all next week. As long as I have got people, you can ask questions or ask to see the chart on these things. And we'll do our list. And the link at the bottom of the screen is this meter. This is a fine time for you to check it out before it actually releases and see if it works for you. It's the most recent version. Probably when I put it out, I'll point to just meter itself. Meter and releases. Something like that. Something that will show a more recent version if I need to put one out. So CB for that's plausible. I would call it that. So the big hits are typically not going to be high rating. Like anything which is a red dot top 10 hit is probably not going to be pushing to an A tier. Some of the other ones might. I'm quite interested in seeing what will. Like here's a really loud one. And this has in fact been normalized. It's just that this loud section, there's more sections that are even louder than this. This is off of the Presence album. and it's going to be just full of stuff. I was going to close the plugin and restart it to see whether I can get spots to not happen. Yeah, let's do that. Let's start it over and do that. Might not make any difference, but I'm curious to find out whether it would. Signs point to no. And the reason I say signs point to no is because I think I see little dots missing out of the line in the very bottom. But I would like to know whether the drawing of this line can be made more even, or whether I'm stuck with it just being a dotted line half the time. It looks a little bit like I'm stuck with it being a dotted line half the time. Characteristics of the sound that cause that. Like, am I defining the width of that line where it leaves these spots unerased from the last pass through? Because we've got this tendency. And I don't know what's causing that. But I do know I'll be able to measure this and add it to my list. And again, the whole point here is I'm trying to find the stuff that rates the highest in this meter so that I can use little snippets of all the ones that rate the highest as examples of what this kind of sound is. I've got examples of the other kinds of sound as well. In fact, I did examples. That would probably be a good moment of example, although it's not as loud as it might be. I took snippets of audio that are the sound of rain and adjusted each of them to be a representative sound for what each energy level was like. So the energy level of is like rain that's like a screaming wild crowd. It's really intense. And then the energy level each step below that is sort of increasing rain as it goes. See, now I wonder whether this is just going to continue getting brighter and not hit the highest of values. Let's tell what this music is trying to do. This makes me wonder to what extent the people that have done this kind of thing could have benefited from a bit more of a window into how well they were achieving it. Because something like this is clearly trying to go into that blue zone of just full intensity, as hard as possible, all the time, and then escalating and continuing to escalate and continuing to escalate. It's great, but it takes like the Beatles to actually pull it off. One thing about ContentHideD is you do at least get little snippets of the tones. Even though this is decidedly not allowed to play on YouTube music. So with some of this stuff, like this is the only way you get to hear what it is. And that's a drag, but what are you going to do? It's a long song. I think I read somebody, this was the only song where you could actually hear the song flag in energy and run out of steam. Because it's so much, it's so long, and it goes on forever. Make the record, put it out, see if you can sell it to anybody. That's the only answer. People are going to be teasing me about that. You will be somewhat easier being able to do that way than it would be if you had loudinated it. Because it would just lose interest for people much more quickly if it was a sword. This is like the longest Led Zeppelin song, and that's why I don't really feel like dealing with any of other ones. That said, it does seem to like rise to its greatest possible heights. The story behind this one is that they only had the studio for a few days. So Jimmy Page presumably got cranked up on like meth and cocaine or something like that, locked himself in the studio with all the guitar parts. Because the Rolling Stones or somebody needed to use it thereafter. And so Jimmy Page is like, okay. And they needed all the guitar parts with virtually no parts. And I think that contributes to the energy and intention of it, in that there's a million billion guitar overdubs, yes, but they were all under the gun. There's an energy behind, he had to imagine all of those guitar parts and he had to play all the guitar parts, but he had to get them all right the first time because there was no time to mess around. And he knew that he was going to be doing Achilles' Last Stand. He was going to be doing this song. I wonder if Led Zeppelin 2 is going to have stuff that's rates higher. We have that thing going on where in Page's arrangement, he's pushing for this succession of high points, just constantly throwing more and more stuff in there. And the challenge there is like, well, what do you even write to top the next grandest thing? Like, how do you continue to escalate? And he's doing his level best and pulls it off. Some managed to get it up to a AF level. Probably shorter stuff will actually do better because there's just so much here. It becomes kind of wearying, becomes kind of exhausting, just the fact that there's so much there. Also, I think all of his guitars are a little brighter than they have to be. And yeah, that's part of the sound. But I think he would carry more of what he's trying to do if he allowed them to drop into that sort of penetrating loud quality rather than just the bright glaring quality that he gets. Anyways, that made it to AF. And I'm very interested in what could conceivably, how about their very first? Interesting registers on the meter. Those little quiet parts have a lot of subsonic energy in them. And this is a good way to introduce yourself. Look at that. Nice balance of frequencies. It's got some of those extra highs in there. The little spikes of black coming up. There's not too much of them, but generally very good. Also notice, like, right up here, I have some of these darker blue spots going all the way to the top of the meter. That's what you want. It's a pretty good example. The only reason it sounds slightly 60s, you can see on the all the weight and heaviness of it is sitting in the mid-range. The sound lower down is not louder. Instead, it's kind of smaller, it's kind of quieter, and also the stuff up here is not louder. If I looked at what Immigrant Song was doing, it would be not quite the same pattern here. But this emphasis on the mid-range is helping it do what it's breaking for the A tier. And that's what I'm looking for Led Zeppelin tracks that get into the highest possible A tier, so I can use snippets as examples of what this kind of sound is. So I think this should represent. And I'm not sure if they're going to go to this section where they're building. Technically, what I'll be looking for is where the line goes blue and races up as quickly as possible. Those are the sounds that illustrate. Because that's the same energy to keep it up at the highest possible level. So BA, so this did not make it into A tier. Here's one from, I believe, Led Zeppelin 2. I'm old, I should know. It's a mostly derping around, imitating old blue skies. And then the middle section kicks in and is really intense. And I'm wondering whether that really intense middle section is going to cause things to lift off. Also, we do have harmonica in this one, and the harmonica, the shrillness of that should be lighting up the meter a little bit. I mean, we can look at other stuff. Like I said, with or without you guys, I have to trudge through all of these. Although I don't always have to be listening to them at all times. But I have to be trudging through all of these so that I can see what the meters work out as. I could throw in some more of the Jimi Hendrix as well. I'll tell you one thing, however, is if you've got questions for me today, might be a good idea to ask them, or indeed go to the link on the screen and download the plugin and see whether it works properly for you. I don't feel that my energy is necessarily going to last for a full day of streaming today, so I'm probably just going to drop back and continue this work after having wound up the streaming at some point. Oh, just like I said, here we go. The thing, however, that I'm looking for is for it to get so dense that it turns blue and races for the top of the screen. The Beatles pulled it off. There's a band that pulled it off. I'd be really surprised if Led Zeppelin ever manages that. There's some places where they're absolutely trying for it. Capable of all the real requirements. So I would suggest that this is a fairly decent chance of at least making it to AF. One of the interesting things about this sound, which is more clear on the most recent recording into the good converters, is that there is a sort of clicky sound on top of the guitar probably show up in a moment. You can't really hear it that way. It's like a cowbell or something. And it's over on the right. You can kind of hear a little bit. And it blends with the rhythm guitar part in a way which I think is interesting. Yep, made it there. That was part of the guitar playing, but it's an overdub. It's a different sound. And that's it for this track. It's not going to go any higher in the meter from that. So AF. Again, we're trying to populate this area that is being showed by like Beasties, Beatles. There's a Boards of Canada track that pulls this off. Deadmau5 pulls it off. Several Depeche Mode tracks pull it off. And they're off of a CD even. Which means I should be labeling them like this. Oh, no, wait. Hang on. No, that means something else. No, the blue mark means it's off of a CD. King Gizzard pulls it off. The gray mark means it's gone into Loud Nation. That's what the gray mark means. Similarly for the Foo Fighters All My Life. It goes into Loudness War. And King Gizzard goes into Loudness War as well, but they still managed to pull an AA rating. Let's have a look at Eagles trying to be rock and roll. They do at least have Joe Walsh at this point. Eagles with Joe Walsh doing Life in the Fast Lane. There is a lot of dynamic range in this track. But you'll notice that the loudness of their beats are at least showing up in the top of the meter as big blue spots, meaning that it's not like wasted loudness. The impact of the drums are being felt at their loudest points. And that's a useful aspect for a song like this particularly. one of the things you can do if you're trying to make your drums have a lot of sock like this is down-tune the snare. Sometimes the way you get a snare sound like that is you loosen the batter head a lot, and then when you hit it, you're doing this really deep thump as you depress the head farther than you otherwise would. And the lows produced by that can really extend. That's one of the things that happens on Tom Petty's Damn the Torpedoes, is they got in engineers and producers who knew what they were doing, and they're like, okay, first of all, turn down your snare head until it's just flapping. Play all your stuff like that. And they made the drummer play with that. And the end result is that thud sound on the snare. Well, this has some things in common. The doof that you make there. You really don't get that by cranking the snare up really tight. Although you can get equally loud things. Like John Bonham's sound apparently was very heavy heads, but they were cranked up insanely like plywood tight, like steel tight. But Bonham would have his snares quite loose. So everything kind of rattles, and that would be part of the sound that he would get. Where if the snare is really tight and the snares are also really tight, you wind up getting this really short Stuart Copeland-y sound, a real crack to the sound, rather than the heavier sound where the heads are a little heavier and then the snares are a little rattlier. I can probably throw in a Led Zeppelin track that demonstrates that too. Meanwhile, we're more than halfway through the Eagles track, and it's not particularly surprising that this is where we're heading up, because the Eagles are middle of the road to the max, no matter how hard they try to go. Out of him. Part of it is that Don Henley was not the heaviest hitter. He was interviewed in a documentary about them, and Glyn Johns was telling him, you guys, you're not the Who, you're not the Rolling Stones, don't try to be rock and rollers, you don't have it, you're not that. But he liked their harmony singing. But he was like, no, you guys, and Glenn Frey never wanted to hear that because he wanted to be a rock and roller, but this was about as rock as they could get. And part of it is because, he would tell Glyn Johns, I want to make my bass drum be louder, and Glyn Johns would say, hit it harder. And he was like, I hit it as hard as I could, but I couldn't hit it as hard as John Bonham could hit it. Fair, but that's part of how that kind of sound is made. And instead, the Eagles got this extremely middle-of-the-road, commercial-friendly sound. Everything about what they were actually doing contributed to hitting that bar, even if it wasn't the bar they really wanted to do. They wanted to be doing this heavy rock thing, but couldn't really manage it. And there we are at CE for comfortable, where all the good sales live. Whereas you've got, let's see, I mentioned I was going to play a Led Zeppelin where you'd be able to hear little snippets of the sound of Bonham's snare drum the way it normally goes. And so here's a very recent track from Zeppelin off of the Presence album where it's very clear how everything is done. This is also going to be another one of those really bright Jimmy Page guitar tracks. A bunch of the stuff on Presence, the guitar is just kind of laser tone, basically. When you combine that with the bass and drums, it matches. All by itself, it's less pleasing. And you compare that with some of the Eagles tracks. Some of the Eagles tracks, the guitars are awesome from the get-go. From this, he's definitely going brighter and it only works when the rest of the band is playing. And then you got Robert Plant matching him, which is literally what he's trying to do, and he's succeeding. But again, we need the band, and here it is. So that's snare sound. That is apparently the snare has heavy heads on it. It's tuned up really, 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 really tight. But that's not the sound of the snares on the snare drum cranked up really tight. Instead, the snare drum heads are turned up really tight. And then the snares on the snare drum are relatively loose. So it kind of goes fuck. Also, I'm given to understand that's an Emperor batter head and a clear ambassador head on the bottom. Now, I would normally use that as the batter head. But if you have such a heavy head on the bottom of the drum, both of those heads are thicker for going really bright, and so it makes this whack sound, yes, but even when you tune it up that tightly, the frequencies it produces don't get to go as high as the frequencies of lighter drum heads turned up that high. So you get this sort of battering. I think similar, there are heads out there like Power Stroke heads or whatever that resemble these heavy Emperor heads that where they're a little heavier than your ambassadors or whatever, and less breakable. Probably why you choose stuff like that. Indeed, yeah, I've got a it's an old Ludwig that added a little extra in the way of venting to. And look at what we've got here. We're going to try to make it 8 here, which would follow for this track. That's what I'd be trying to do. Don't know if it's going to get there. Yep. And again, that's what's happening with this band at this time in their career, is they're getting a composite sound, which maybe could be optimized a little. I think that if Jimmy turned down that hysterical brightness on the guitar a little bit, he'd be able to dial it in, but that's obviously not what he wants. If he dialed the guitars down a little bit, he'd be getting more into that Neil Schon zone, where it's clearly hitting a popular sort of voicing for the sounds. And instead, what he's doing is he's getting the sound that balances with the other sounds most effectively. There's a little extra, like there's this edge of brightness on Zeppelin. Of course, this is Presence. Presence is a later album of theirs, and so it's going to tend to also, but then at the same time, in the other tracks, some of the other albums, it's pretty consistent. Like he will often go for that. Well, something we could do is investigate Heartbreaker and see how that solo guitar, because that's the thing, is Heartbreaker has the guitar all by itself. It's some kind of little tiny Supro on its back in the middle of the cement floor in some big old room, and that's how he got that noise. but it's got a guitar only section. And so I'm curious as to whether that is going to hit the blue dots for the sonority, or whether it's going to be all in red for the excessively bright. Because you don't actually win on this meter by just making everything brighter, or indeed everything louder. And it's interesting that Led Zeppelin comes together when the full band is playing, and seemingly only when the full band is playing. So that made it to AF. And we have yet to look at Heartbreaker, so this is a fine time to do that. Classic Led Zeppelin 2 track. This is going to be on the darker side, especially compared to Classic. We probably have the same kind of snare drum going on, just a consistent kind of sound out of there. And interestingly, when we go into that bass guitar with this sort of tremolo sound, flangery sound going on, that's what we heard to full blue was doom 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 doom. Guitar in there as well, and of course it helps when Robert Plant is singing. Here he goes.
Some people.
And then the overall balance, of course, on the dark side. But there's highs in there too. Oh, and watch as it begins to try for the A tier. The question is, will it be able to make it? I think it's failing. My mental model of this kind of sound is this kind of music. So we're not staying at the high tiers with this guitar part. In fact, as it goes into this area, it's just brightness and distortion. Ooh, but hang on. Nope, for that bit, it dug into its mid-range a little bit more. Some of that noise was the record wobbling. And now we've got another solo section, but we'll see whether that lights up any better. Neat to see that Heartbreaker solo, it got into a zone where it was registering with this stuff better. I bet when it goes back into the verse, it will start losing. But at the same time, I feel like this is telling a story of what this music is trying to do. And I was expecting it to be more of it, but all the same, it is still doing a pretty good job of representing what this is about. Like, this music is about trying to play that line blue all the time and stay rising at all times. ending on a high. Look at it go. I think it might even reach AE. Or not. Okay, another AF. I mean, interestingly, my mental model of how this works is you can't actually go that high without trading off sales. So I'd be a little surprised if any of these actually push all the way into, because it's like that would be screaming for attention more than Led Zeppelin were really about doing. Let me leave this one playing for a moment. I'm going to go and use my facilities for a second. Okay, back at least for now. I don't think I'm going to continue my stream all the way till 5 today. I'll just tell you right up. I don't think I'm going to do it. I don't think my energy level is going to hold up. Although I will be able to finish up this work. Because if I don't have to stay entertaining and talk, I can just keep this kind of stuff going and note down the results all day long. And that'll be kind of simple. I'm not willing to be ultra low energy while also streaming. Although I'm going to continue for long enough to let other people see that note on the bottom of the screen saying where this plugin can be found. It's kind of interesting hearing these incredibly brief little snippets of stuff that we cannot actually put on here. Because what you're hearing is it in its fullest possible form. I'm curious as to whether this is going to lift off into a higher zone. Oh, and I remember there were some Pretender songs I wanted to do. This should be the section in the song where they start getting intense and loud, especially when Robert starts to sing and hold a sustained note. The line ought to be turning blue and racing for the higher tones. Like in here somewhere, and yep, well, or does he go so bright that it can't? I think maybe he went so bright that he blunted it a little bit. Huh. These are the things I would not have guessed. Huh.
Face. He's the
Yeah, see, because what I'm talking about
best.
in terms of cutting this stream short is I mentioned in the I guess it was parametric, not so much, that I was perhaps going to just chill out and play Minecraft or whatever. But I mean, if I'm playing Minecraft, first of all, I'm not able to do this and this needs to get done. But then also, I feel like kind of need to keep chatting away about stuff. And if my energy isn't going to sustain it, then we're going to have to pass on that. We shall see. Because one thing I'm not willing to do is just chug more coffee until I'm chattering up a storm. That is not great behavior, so we're going to avoid that. Tell you what, unless somebody has a request they want to see before I'm finished streaming for the day of anything here, again, this kind of stuff. If you got a request, I'll absolutely play that for you. Failing that, I'll end a Kashmir and then, I don't know, say goodbye and sign off and get back to this because I can divide my attention with this. It doesn't require me to work super hard on that. Honestly, the editing that I was doing all yesterday and today to get this giant list of 586 songs is more or less the hard part. And what I'm doing right now, as much as it still needs to get done, is the easy part. And I'm comfortable with that. That seems good for that. I gotta save up my energy for releasing this meter this coming weekend, making a killer video for it, and that, and following it up with some things like I've got some reverb ideas. Remember how I said that I had discovered what probably was early digital reverb on David Bowie's Station to Station? Because I think that is that 250 reverb one that came out in 1976. And it's a 1976 record with a studio that had one of these reverbs, and I think I recognized the sound of it. It's very interesting contemplating that, given that that's been one of my reference points for amazing vocal sound. So if I am to go and try to mix my own songs in such a way that they have a decent chance of claiming to be hit record style sounds, I'd like to be able to bring some of that into the picture. So I've got some reverb making as well before I can actually start doing this mixing stuff. And I just like to dial all that stuff in. So let's see. Kashmir, BF as biggest. That's fair. That is fair. And so here's my remaining list. It is slightly smaller than it was this morning. Oh, the ZZ Top stuff was fun too. I'm looking forward to investigating that. In particular, I noticed that some of the stuff like Eliminator stuff seems to be loud guitar, whereas Cheap Sunglasses stuff off of Diguelo seems to be quieter guitar. And that's more or less the idea. And we're just assembling this giant list, which I'm probably going to end up dividing it into hit records and non-hit records by taking all the ones that are the dots that represent at least top 100, if not better, and seeing how big of a list I have of those. Because again, the way those dots show up, we seem to have an awful lot of the C tier top 10 hits. Seems to be a real correlation there with not pushing too hard into the high energy zones. Oh, look, we have a Boards of Canada. That made it to CE and also gets a little more distorted than it needs to be. You wouldn't think that of Boards of Canada, but they do. And there you have it. So I'm going to go maybe run some more of these. Which Boards of Canada? First one. Music has the right to children. Oh, let me, not to be, yeah, I can. Not only that, I will close by showing you something that is rather amazing. And with that, I'll sign off. But first, I'm going to show you this. This, if I am not mistaken, is part of the first album. It is the track called Dawn Chorus. Watch. You might recognize this even from little snippets if you know Boards of Canada really well. And you can see that they're not really honoring the hit record thing to the extent of not clipping, because they're clearly clipping. But you can also see that it kind of weaves in and out of that zone where they're just clipping off the top of it. And like I said, you can do that. If you leave a little room for having good stuff happening and you don't just splat everything, that is absolutely something you can do, and this is them doing it. Oh yeah, no, they would record onto things like VHS tapes, all manner of stuff like that. But this is, again, this is that sound. This is the formula. You have the balance going nicely. Try not to have too much in the way of obnoxious highs. I'm pretty good about that. Take it up to the top. We're still in the process of doing it. Probably take pains to have like good bass. That's also happening here. Boards of Canada, Dawn Chorus pegs my meter by the time it gets to the end. With whatever it is that they're doing. Got there. Double A. Boards of Canada, double A for maximum attention and hype. And it's just one of the tracks that they've got, just one of those tracks. But you can pretty much recognize things like that snare sound. Like, it's got the sound. You can hear the sound in that. They're just arriving at it a different way. So for all that it's fun to like learn how to play drums or put blisters on your fingers. Oh, and I'm not even showing it. Check this out. How did I miss that? How did I not even... It just lit up to this point. The line is off the side of the screen. And this is how it got there. I can't believe I didn't show you that I need to go and lie down, which is fine. And then they are apparently fading post-clipping. Look at that. And then gradually the line will come back to Earth. There it is. That is how high into the stratosphere of hit recordness this track went. In fact, while I was not showing that, let's just reset, because I feel badly for not having showed that. So here's how it got started. And again, like I said, I need to go and lie down. I'm going to rest up for the weekend and putting out a good plugin, literally this plugin meter, so that other people can see what this is about. But I'll be using some of this very track most likely as one of the snippets of sound for what do these sounds have in common. And this is how this sound headed off into the stratosphere of the meter. It's just got all of the things going on in it. And it's a high point of that album. But you don't have to be able to play instruments to do this. You can just do this. And you could do it by also dialing so that it was doing the same thing but without the clipping. And you could dial back the highs a little bit. Or you could leave them the way they are because it's basically fine. The litmus test for the highs is they should be not black, but this dark gray or a lighter gray. So it's doing the correct things, even. And they shouldn't go above the gray, which is the RMS loudness. Now the RMS loudness for this happens to be very loud, so it kind of works. And again, this is off of the CD. You don't even need vinyl record. And we will watch the meter go out of sight and stay there until the And there you have it. So, Boards of Canada, hit record mavens. I don't even think they planned that, but then, like I mentioned, directly beneath that on my list is deadmau5's Strobe. So I do have a decent variety of different kinds of sounds that register in this way. And they all happen to be like that first Boards of Canada record. People lose their minds about Boards of Canada. They defined an entire genre. There are entire acts out there that are basically just Boards of Canada reboot. deadmau5's Strobe. People have never let him forget Strobe. They just continue wanting it more and more and more. All of this kind of stuff. Randy Rhoads died after doing the lead guitar solo for Crazy Train, but that's what put this track into AA. Go figure. In any case, I'm going to grind my way through the rest of these and have my tacos at the end of the day and get some sleep. And I'll catch back up with you. Maybe I'll have more momentum and less of this boring record playing through ContentHideD on Thursday. We'll see whether Thursday has anything more interesting to do. For now, this is definitely a rest up because next weekend should be a big deal. And if you are on this stream and looking at the line of text on the bottom there, you can have this meter. So just go to github.com, Airwindows meter, and the most recent release. And you too can be playing with this just as I will be playing with this. And with that, I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye, and I'll catch back up with you on Thursday.